good morning to the no people that were here, because I forgot to hit the go live button. You know, kind of an important thing to hit when you're starting the stream. Oh, man, today was going so well. Ow. We will work with it. Change the UI again. Now I've got like 2 view accounts on the mob view? What the oh my god. The whole thing's a goddamn mess. Ugh. But yeah, I didn't end up streaming yesterday because I was having a problem with Windows Explorer. Windows Explorer is the program responsible for being able to show you a window with your program running. So, you can't do much if that's broken. And yeah, spent like an hour or so trying to get it to work and just gave up. Restarted several times, and then after just letting it sit and giving up for a while, coming back and actually turning it back on, it did start working, but yeah, by that point, I was just done. Yeah. Don't need to think about that today, I hope. Well, me no.
Hello, Orphe.
Guess who forgot to hit the go live button?
Was it you?
It was me.
Aww.
Stepped away, came back, and looked over at Stream Manager or whatever that should show me, what's up with the stream. Yeah, 0 bitrate, and I went.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah, no, I don't think my internet's gone. So what? Oh. Oh yeah, this has definitely been my week. Windows yesterday just refusing to fucking run a window. It's kind of an important thing for my computer to run Windows. I don't know what you expect me to do otherwise.
Yeah, that is pretty dang important.
Yeah. Anyway, we're here now, and that's all that matters. Now, if I remember correctly, we've just established that Misham, right?
There's 2 Mishams. There's Drew and Vera.
Yeah, right. So I think we just established that Drew is not the forger. Because...
No, it was Vera.
Yeah, because the forger would not have used the poison stamp.
Yeah,
Therefore,
they would have known.
Yeah, exactly. Therefore, Drew must not be the forger. Yeah, I feel like that was really the only revelation we kind of had so far. It is like the first part of the first trial, but yeah. The one thing that I'm kind of worried about at the moment, like, just because this is the final case in this game, and we have been talking a big game about some other things too. And Drew Misham was a sham. Cookie, damn it, I should have made that the stream title. Oh, god damn it.
It's not too late.
It's not too late. You know what? You're absolutely right, Nino. Thank you for the idea, Cookie. I was trying to think of something, and I couldn't really think of much else, and yeah, no, yep. I literally tried to... I literally tried to refresh myself on this before I started, and then forgot a good pun.
I'm doing alright, Cookie. How are you?
There we go. Awesome. And yeah, I'm doing all right. My Sunday has started off swell. Also, just like praying my computer doesn't do the thing it did yesterday, which it hasn't yet. So, well, I mean, it was running for ages after that yesterday, so I'm pretty confident it won't. But you know, yeah, can't complain otherwise. Yeah, let's get back into it. Don't have much to do, and national holidays coming up soon. I hope that's a good thing. Sorry, hold on a second. Ah, yeah, sweet. Game? I'm not focused again. Awesome. Oh no, my controller's doing the thing again. It starts on the 16th, but my workplace gave the whole week off, so that'll be nice. Oh, hell yeah. God, I wish my workplace did that. Well, I mean, to be fair, like, they don't give us the day off, but, like, there's certain holidays that line up, so they're on, like, Tuesdays and Thursdays, and they basically say, like, yeah, no, people are probably going to take the Monday or the Friday off, that's all good. They don't really look twice at it, which is, nice. Okay, there we go. Hello, Trucy.
Okay. So where exactly does this leave us, Apollo?
Well, the Drew Misham who was killed wasn't Drew Misham the Forger, basically.
Huh? Well then, who was he?
Well, he was actually doing her nails. So, you really made those forgeries?
Yes. Her father. I know. It was strong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, Father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. Talent? For making forgeries? How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything.
Anything?
Anything. Father was so proud, and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those.
Forgeries.
I've never had a good constitution nor personality.
Should have raked in thousands in the amiibo market, true.
I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, Father is... You know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago.
So you were already you were already creating your works back then?
I started when I was only 12 years old.
So when you figured out the stamp was poisoned, that was...
Mr. Justice, it's time. To the courtroom, please.
Right. Out of time.
Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those. Part of my work. Right. See, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice.
Yes?
Father, he knew of you. Of both of you.
Your late father?
He was watching, gathering information. All about the Right and Co. law office. But lately, we're not doing just law. That's the part that she's concerned about. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano.
I haven't been doing tricks with my panties just to be known as the law assistant.
Well, they're not really gags. Yet, when Father heard you had resumed the legal business... How pleased he was. Who was Mr. Misham?
Am I supposed to know?
What if he was Daddy's daddy?
Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. Do we actually have ages? This is 33. 52. 19? 19?
It's not impossible, just
Nah.
not likely.
Yeah. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. Apollo? We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out.
Court is now back in session.
Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this Drew Misham forger persona? There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head.
I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy.
Oh, Trucy. What's hard?
Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries?
Ouch. Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one?
Yes.
Apollo's got some great out-of-context posts. The quotes, yeah, he does.
I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it. So, she was the one who made the forgeries.
Yet, she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her.
I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I?
Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, yeah?
Yes. It was in the desk drawer. Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. I created things, and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work that was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in the envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
Indeed. 100,000 designated account. Please send a receipt once you've done the transfer. Sign the papers and send in the enclosed envelope within the... with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak to this of no one. Okay.
There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony.
Not that the witness realizes it.
Very well, please begin the cross-examination.
Right, okay. Need more information about this forger. This Drew Misham. I guess we go one by one, I think. Nothing really in particular stuck out to me. So these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right?
The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy too. Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work? My first painting sold when I was 12.
Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was illegal.
Objection!
Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her from the crime of forgery.
True. Please tell us more about this envelope.
But I got in a good one, right? Gotta get in some of those, right?
This envelope that may very well have killed your father. Alright.
Came after my first work. So after the very first work. Oh, first work that was other than a painting, so an actual, like... a forgery... for something. By other than a painting, you mean you'd only done paintings up to that point?
Yes. God's father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings.
For instance...
For instance, a letter someone had written. Or a fingerprint left upon a cup. Or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter.
I feel like we're talking to a Danganronpa character right now.
Yeah.
Just like an incomprehensibly complete skill set to be summarized in a single word. Forger. What can she forge? She's a forger. Obviously she can forge anything. None of this makes her sound very innocent at all. And the 100,000 promised in this letter was the start? The beginning of a new industry for Drew Misham.
A new industry.
Go on, Clavier. The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh. Father handled the deal, all of it. Just nervously looking back at Phoenix like, bro? Are we good? So, you didn't know how the things you were making were being used?
I enjoy painting very much.
I think I understand. The Fraulein has lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope?
Father signed them and sent them back, I believe.
Did he? Well, I guess we didn't see the papers in the envelope now that I think about it, unless it was a different envelope. Did he follow the instructions? Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp?
This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought.
Oh. That was gonna blow my mind if, like, there was gonna be a kind of break in the, in the cross-examination, but I forgot she did that on that particular note. Is that the first time we've had someone do, like, an animation that isn't just switching sprites in the middle of a cross-examination?
Maybe.
I'm wondering why that threw me for such a loop, whether it was just context or whatever. Because, like, I've said it plenty of times before, but I really adore the way that pressing a particular point in a cross-examination, like, dovetails really well into the next point that's brought up. Like, obviously you kind of know where that conversation ends up going, so it's not, like, a particularly, like, challenging thing to do, but it's the kind of thing I feel like in in a game with, like, less polish or attention to the writing could have just been left a bit open-ended. Like, we go off on a tangent about this particular thing, and then it just clunkily goes back to the next bit in the sentence.
Absolutely, yeah.
I received the stamp that was in that envelope.
Hold it!
Oh, did she make a forgery of it? Okay, wait a minute. This is starting to lean in like she didn't know about the stamp. What do you mean you received it?
Did I do something wrong?
Yeah, Apollo, stop shouting. You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back. Oh, excuse me. Atroquinine?
Atroquinine.
Thank you. Atroquinine?
Objection!
A moment, Herr Forehead. Can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fräulein Vera, why did you receive this stamp?
Is something wrong? It was beautiful.
Hi, Volpix. Stop coaching the fucking witness, Apollo. You're not supposed to do that.
Ah, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps?
It's pretty goddamn rich coming from you, Clavier. I don't think Clavier's done that. Clavier's felt a little bit too... on top of everything to have ended up coaching witnesses. Or coaching people that end up on the stand. At least I don't think he has. Mina? Maybe there's like implied, but...
I think maybe, yeah.
Clavier tried to do that with Brushel at the very least. Well, I mean, there is a difference between asking a very pointed question and, like, trying to coax an answer to a question, right? So, like, if Clavier is very clearly steering the conversation, that is very different to saying, like, asking a question and then, like, implying the answer to get the person on the stand to say the same thing. Yeah, again, that's one of those things. I feel like there hasn't been an obvious example of it, and if Clavier is doing it, given his, like, perceived competence throughout all of this so far, I doubt I would have caught it. But I wouldn't write it off. I wouldn't write it off entirely, though, to be fair.
Yes, I think it was.
So, you didn't know about the poison? Oh. Well, that kind of puts a hole in our whole theory, then. I guess not. So the trap failed by chance, by mistake, thanks to this commemorative stamp.
Quite the close call.
I mean... Wait, no, hold on. I feel like we're missing something very obvious here. If Drew actually followed the instructions, he would have had to include the stamp.
If he wrote back, yeah.
Yeah, if he did in fact... Well, yeah, Apollo pushed on the point of specifically did he follow the instructions, right? So if he did follow the instructions, he would have had to use the envelope and the stamp. But the stamp is still here. However, we are dealing with a forger. Couldn't Vera have just forged the stamp? I feel like that's the obvious thing here, but like, that still means there's still a bigger problem where it's like, well, hang on a minute. If Vera didn't know about that the stamp was poisoned, I guess it's possible that neither of them did? So after that job, we move to the current studio. Oh. Brushel had testimony inconvenient to Clavier's case, and Clavier was like, are you sure you don't misremember? Don't you want your exclusive story? Yeah, I suppose that's probably enough over the line that you'd consider it that. Yeah, that's fair enough. You mean you moved to where the current Drew studio is?
Yes. We saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books.
This single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Misham wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large.
When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work.
So that was the real essence of the artist Drew Misham. You did the work and he supplied the face.
So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. No words.
Apparently
Just sad
not.
face.
Yeah. I don't think that even was a sad face. I think that was the signature. About this commemorative stamp.
It was the crying one with a really exaggerated teardrop coming out of the right eye.
You're right. Yep, not just the frowning face. Oh, yeah. Could you tell us more about it?
It was very pretty. And more than that,
Yes?
it was a picture of people I liked at the time.
This is something new. Yeah, Clavier? Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fraulein.
Yippee! I mean, look at her face. She is pretty much this game's autism creature.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say earlier, like, this very much feels like a father, like, kind of exploiting their autistic child because they happen to
It
be very
absolutely
good.
is.
Yeah, it's,
Like, he kept her locked up in there, and like it never explicitly like says, oh, he played up her agoraphobia so that she would always be working for him. But like that's the vibe I get.
Either that, or like, well, if I'm being really charitable to him, after potentially realizing that he had just put himself and his daughter in danger, like, was actually legit trying to keep her inside because obviously, you know, worries about people finding out who they are, but that incidentally ended up playing into and magnifying her agoraphobia.
Yeah.
But he's also still exploiting his 12-year-old daughter, so I don't know if I want to give him that charity necessarily. Stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians. Oh boy, I said the magic word.
Apollo's like, are you fucking kidding me? These motherfuckers again?
No, yeah, no fucking way. Magicians?
I love mysterious things. I always have.
Oh god, it's happening again.
Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat?
You're confusing mysterious with freaky. Ouch.
Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. See? Isn't magic great?
Thank you for saying it like that. Like shoving it in Apollo's face. Fine, great, yeah, sure. I need to get all excited.
But the magic troupe, we saw it disbanded soon after.
She loves visual novels.
I was quite sad.
Right, I hadn't seen this in a while, so the extended tier very much looks like just an abstract tree to me.
It's very like 4-coma anime.
Yeah.
Or like manga,
yeah.
rather.
Very much.
Like very basic, exaggerated expressions.
Did she just say what I think she said? Magic Troop? Where have I heard that before? Red envelope came after she completed her first job. It makes it a letter from a client, whoever wanted a forgery made.
Apollo?
We're close. We just have to piece together the parts. A deadly weapon in a red envelope, and the path it took to take Drew Misham's life. Oh. Okay. What am I... Oh, no. I can't fast forward the animation. So what was this last thing? The stamp was a picture of my favorite magician, so I kept it. Do I present evidence for that? Guess I got the magic...
I think... Probably, yeah. I think that's probably it.
Because it's...
Either that or the envelope, but I think it's the ticket.
Probably not the envelope, just because this is explicitly about the magic show. This is... I mean, this is still the Gramarye envelope, but yeah. The description on the evidence is do not open until time is right, so I'm gonna take it on its word there. Yeah, let's try.
Objection!
Ah, music dropped out. You're good.
Yeah. Objection. I mean, agreed. Is there a word I can shout out for agreed?
I mean, there is. In Grey's Attorney, Ryunosuke goes, yes!
Awesome. Those magicians you liked, was it this bunch? Yippee!
Apollo, they're not a bunch.
I see. Still, I have to wonder. Why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter?
Good question. To confirm whether or not they actually use the right stamp. You
Still,
getting-
so the
yeah.
killer was trying to kill the forger by sending a stamp that had poison on it, but accidentally picked the one stamp that Vera would want to keep, and so framed it.
Yeah,
And then later on, Drew Misham needs to send a letter so urgently that he can't go out and buy stamps or wait for them to be delivered. He smashes his daughter's prized stamp and mails that, and then dies because of it. Both ends of this conflict, both the killer's incompetence and Drew Misham's death, are caused because they could not be normal and go and buy stamps like a normal person.
Yep. Well, okay, to the little credit of whoever actually sent the stamp, I'm pretty sure the reason you would send a very unique stamp is to make sure that when you receive the thing that comes back, that the stamp you sent was used. Because if you put poison on it, yeah. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Of like, well, you could have picked any unique stamp, not one that is something people identify as a collector, and thus, you know, again, autism creatures like, ooh, I'll take that. But I
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, but I have to imagine that like she forged it, like, because yeah, like we haven't gotten to that bit yet because obviously we're still, you know, talking about the stamp because we have to shove magicians into every case in this game. But yeah, I'm waiting for that to happen because I'm very curious about what the implications of that will be. Oh, good question.
Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat Troop Grammary.
What was the... Oh, I included commemorative stamp like that in a business letter. Yeah, right.
But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it.
Mm-hmm.
See, this actually feels self-aware compared to last case.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Ironic, don't you think?
Oh, go on.
Sorry?
Prosecutor Gavin?
Like, you're absolutely right. Like, someone in the courtroom is going, wait, this is really stupid. Or, like, just being, like, incredulous about a person's motivations and or thought process. Whereas, yeah, exactly, last case it was like, no, really? Like, everyone just grabbed a bag of popcorn and just let the trial go wherever it was gonna go. Clavier?
Prosecutor Gavin?
Grammary. What's with Gavin? Might I just ask just one question of this witness?
Mm-hmm.
In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please, tell me, what exactly did you make?
Can I ask?
No. Answer the question. Now.
Prosecutor Gavin? You're usually not the one whose volume concerns me.
Yes, it is unbecoming of me. I apologize. But, I must know. Please, Miss Misham, tell me.
It was a book. A single page in a book.
A book? Please be more specific.
It was a handwritten book. Like a diary?
No, I don't... No! Cut back to the judge, bug-eyed. Yep. Huh?
What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost.
Miss Misham, this book. Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no?
How did you know?
Objection!
Relevance? Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled, sullied mentor. Nothing? Sullied... who? Phoenix Wright. Who else?
Eddie?
He never told you about the trial 7 years ago? About how he came to lose his attorney's badge? There's a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back, it bore the mark of a silk hat. What? Phoenix Wright, tossed out of the profession by false evidence. And the forger who made that evidence... is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Misham... you, to forge that evidence? For all our sakes, who was it? She's not gonna fucking know. Thank you, Cookie. Putting the grammars. I've had about enough of these guys. Yeah, for real. Especially after one of them just turned up in a case and said, "Hey, how's it going?" and then left and was there. I still can't get over the fact that that was never addressed. That he was
he's just like, all right,
around.
Time to flee the city. And you just let him.
Incredible.
We only met once.
You met the client? Well, who was it?
It was...
Staring Gavin again? Oh, sorry, Clavier again?
What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again.
Yes? What? Is there something about me?
I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book. The diary.
Who was it? Vera! Nope. Dunk.
The devil.
Shut up! It was Broly! Thank you, Cookie. What?
Oh.
Oh. When? Fucking how? Oh, was it on her fucking fingernails? Oh my god. That was at the beginning of the, that was at the beginning of this whole sequence, and Atroquinine takes a minute or two to actually happen, which we established earlier. This ends the recording of the trial of the murder of Drew Misham. Vera Misham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. She's currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. Very simple case, at first glance. until it finally began to show its true colors. Probably should have mimicked that. I probably should have talked about that like Phoenix, to be honest. I feel like he'd be appropriate to narrate this bit. Long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. What? Oh my god. In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. Oh my god! And that is where we must go. Oh my god!
Baby!
Babby Trucy. To find the whole truth. Oh my god. I think that was a new Phoenix sprite too. Oh my god.
It was just the HD Trilogy's version of his original Trilogy sprite. On the DS, it straight up just used his original Trilogy sprite, which looked really funny because it was so much more pixelated than the really smooth hand-drawn ones from Apollo Justice.
Yep. Incredible. Okay. Yeah, sure, let's go.
Onwards.
That was... Showdown time. What? Wait, but this is... Why are we going back to the first... Oh. Who was the first? Man I killed, of course. Well, seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards? Why, yes. Over a game of cards. Oh no. That was how we first met, 7 years ago.
Right, final trial.
trial.
Oh, goosebumps! It's so cool.
Yeah. That's something. April 19th. Whew.
The classic music.
It's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Gotta try and relax. Ah, good morning, Mr. Enigma. Incredible. Alright, what... Oh, we've already got... Okay, hold on. Let's not look at that just yet. Client in this usually goes by his stage name, Zach Gramarye. Shady and... Shut up. God. What they deliberately gave him a second name just to get another pun in.
I mean, you've seen that name before, haven't you?
Zach Gramarye, yeah, sure have.
No, it's Shady.
Wait a minute. Fuck. Was that the first case?
Yep.
Oh, I don't remember the details. That wasn't the person that was killed by Gavin? Oh, yeah, killed by oh my god, I forgot his name.
By Christoph Gavin?
Christoph, yeah.
Yes, it was. Shady Smith.
Huh. Interesting. Magnifique Gramarye, the victim in this case, died after being shot in the head while in the hospital. Holy shit.
Point blank, no mercy.
Yeah.
Execution style.
God damn.
See you in hell, you stupid magician.
Yeah, right. Oh, that's some Kill Bill shit. Holy fuck.
Do you want me to voice Zach just so that there's a bit more back and forth during
Yeah,
these scenes?
yeah, sure. That works.
Okay.
Ah, good morning, Mr. Enigma.
I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly.
I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared.
I understand my asking the impossible of you.
Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards.
And that was enough.
Actually, it wasn't. Trust me. Ah.
Ooh, morning, Daddy.
Ah, I'm so glad you came.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you?
I'm fine as always. This old boy is here to help me after all.
That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. My first show's today, after all.
Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about?
Oh, old boy.
Huh? Me? Look what he started.
Here.
Seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. Magnifique Grammary. Oh my god. My brain just went to a movie whose name I will not utter in case anyone hasn't seen it before, but,
I know the exact one you're thinking of.
yeah.
Fucking magician.
What's this?
I don't know, I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
Oh no.
What's this? A memo for you or some such?
Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. Also, fucking Enigma is ripped.
Yeah.
I'll give it a read later.
He's got lateral deltoids so big he could fly with them.
I love how, okay, sorry, this is really funny. So, the game hasn't asked you to look at the court record just yet, and you might just instinctually do that. But I love that the first instance of... Oh, actually, I think my camera's starting to pull back a bit. I feel like my head's not usually close to the top, or far away from the top like that. Hey, Charles. I love that the first gameplay instance of the court record coming up here is... They don't mention anything about the case at all, and then you come to this screen, and then you see that picture in the court record, and you're probably like, what the fuck? Game?
Did you tab out of it?
No, I think my controller's gone again. That usually doesn't happen in the middle of that. We don't want to talk about flying magicians. I mean... Yeah, there we go.
Well, how do you feel about the trial today?
We'll get through it. Somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear.
Ah, an easy win then, yes?
They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Thoroughbred!
He's a real stud.
Jesus Christ.
We harvest his seed daily.
Fuck. That's such a bad choice of words. Of course, there's one of those every year. I faced an 18-year-old that came from Germany. I guess there was me at some point, too.
A blind cyclops.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I guess technically that wasn't his first case, but... yeah, whatever. Close enough. Faced a baby at one point, also. Did he? That flew over me.
A switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it's a difficult situation I put you in. But allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright.
Yes?
They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So do your best, but do not worry.
First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can.
I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict.
It sure is a good thing I didn't look at whatever was just handed to you by my daughter. Impossible?
Yes. Isn't that right, Trucy?
Yep. You bet, Daddy.
Oh no.
This is dramatic irony, the case. You know
Yep.
how this ends.
Yeah, no.
You know how this ends, and you have no way to avert it. You are watching a train speeding towards
Yeah.
an oil rig.
Not only that, but I'm pretty sure if I look over in this direction very carefully, I see a blonde-haired individual walking away. And I'm pretty sure I know who that is, too. Oh, I don't think I read that last bit. My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sake. Yeah, actually, now I am gonna look at this. Fucking Golden Gun 2? Goddamn. Also a shot in the clown? What the fuck?
Killers really fucking hated clowns, too.
Yeah. Yeah, walks
Shot him-
in, bam. Takes a couple steps away. It's over the shoulder. Fuck that thing, too.
Yeah. Shoots Magnifi in the head, sees the cloud, no witnesses.
Cause of death, single gunshot to the head. Estimated time of death, 11 to 11:30 p.m. Yep, and then we have the thing. Very important badge. Very important. I'm sure it would be a shame if I lost it for some reason.
I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright.
My client is Shady Enigma. Probably should have thrown a red flag for me, but known to the world as Zach Gramarye. Wildly popular magician, star of Troupe Gramarye. His mentor, Magnifi Gramarye, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic, until he was shot dead. And Zach Gramarye is the suspect. The way they did this is like another Take It Mia's case, TNT, where you know fucked up shit happened, but you don't know how. Well, I think this is a bit more... I think this is a bit more well-defined, though, because, like... Yeah, yeah, not to downplay, like, the fact that, you know, there could still be twists and turns. I mean, it's Ace Attorney, after all. But, like, there's enough dominoes we know need to fall after this situation that... Yeah. Kind of already spelt out how this goes.
Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Enigma.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Is the prosecution ready?
I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really.
Buzzkill? Is this a new kind of crime?
It has the word kill in it. That has to be a crime, right? One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah? Where are the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts? The Gavinier's concert's got 10 times the thrill this geek's got.
Who were you again?
Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah?
I don't know why I love that line so much.
It's pretty good.
Gavin, defense attorney Christoph Gavin's...
Just ending innocuous sentences with the word legally, yeah? Figures my bro is more famous in this part of town. Javier Gavin, lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners. You're out of your league, rock boy. I know what's your... Oh my god! Not
you.
I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. I wasn't thinking that. True, my debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah? talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. I'm from Germany. What the fuck did you expect? You were getting with my brother at one point, weren't you? I'm just getting warmed up, Herr Attorney Wright.
I have heard more than I would care to know about you already. Did you know he has a dartboard with your face on it?
Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on the case?
I assume that was a bit of a messy breakup. You know what? Let's not air this out here.
None of my business. Not going to yuck anyone's yum.
God. The Gaviners are just a side gig. Yeah, walks in being like, why isn't this a concert? Where are my adoring fans? Ugh. Achtung, baby. Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes, Detective Gumshoe. Hit it. Yay, Gumshoe!
He's back.
Yippee!
Do you want me to grab him just so you're not playing every character?
Yes, I'd appreciate that.
Great.
And you are?
Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct.
Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see.
Hey, you!
Huh? Me?
Today's the day, pal. Today, I win and you lose.
Something's a little off about his sprite. I don't...
It's not colored the same way that the rest of the sprites in the game are.
Yeah. Especially, like,
It uses,
his face, like directly...
Yeah,
it's a bit weird.
It doesn't really have... It has very harsh shading. Like, there's no gradient. It's just blocks of color.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I got confidence in my testimony today, see?
What, you normally lack confidence in your testimony? Head detective, this is my stage. Cans the antics.
Huh?
All this hey you-ing and such. And I could care less about your history together.
That means you care at least a little bit, pal.
That's not how those that... it's alright. I get to be pedantic later.
Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand. It happened 6 days back, in a room at the General Hospital. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient, asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam! Lights out. Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifique Gramarye, was a famous man.
Oh.
He had the entire country under his magic spell, as it were.
Ah yes, this is a great magician. He retired years ago, so... Says the name Magnifique to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare.
Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better.
Zack holding Trucy back. How dare you!
I dare say Troop Gramarye has made quite a name for themselves. Only right now, though. That's why they've never been mentioned in any of the previous games. Anyhow, the retired Magnifique's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A mal-ignorant tutor or something?
Oh.
Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah. A malignant tumor, perhaps?
In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact. Damn. Then,
Hmm.
Only less than 10 swift minutes remain.
I think you can read the letter as well.
Oh, Press the final stage with no hope of recovery. Patient has 3 months left to live. Patient has chronic diabetes, requires regular insulin. Ah, okay. Yeah. Anything else left to that? No. Sure. Lines up. Got. Although loss of blood, and I see an incredible lack of blood here. Like, you shot him point blank. Like, I would expect to see blood.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird.
I think the only reason why the wall behind him isn't painted red is because of the rating.
Yeah, true.
Because otherwise, the implication of that picture is very funny. Assuming that the lack of blood isn't just an artistic license, it's like, man's skull was so thick that the bullet penetrated and stopped.
Yeah.
But something's not right.
The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock on heaven? Okay, that's enough out of you. On heaven's door. Why shoot him? I wouldn't put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die?
He's such a goober. Like, Clavier normally is a goober, but like young Clavier is like extra goober.
Yeah.
Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes.
Diabetes? In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin. That...
I don't know if I would put it that way.
Wow! Then he was shot with a pistol. The syringe was found at the crime scene. Oh, yeah. Guess it was. Why is there one just hanging on the right there? That's...
I think that was his IV. It was in his arm.
Yeah, I guess. I guess I'm just questioning, like, why is it out? Well, it might not be just, like, right... It might be something that's, like, put in every now and then, not, like, something that's in all the time. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. The user administering insulin shots has been washed and shows no sign of use. Washed.
Sorry, I think I cut out for a second.
Oh,
Try it
yeah,
again.
I think, yeah, you did.
I believe the question before us is clear then.
Just real quick. Oh, of course. Yippee! I always hated getting shots. I guess Magnafy was giving himself the insulin shots. There's no way I could do that. Huh? Wait. If Magnafy used this to inject his insulin, why are there no traces of it being used? Something to keep in mind. Yeah, also, it's not actually full of anything. It's empty. Like, the depressing... the pressure thing is, like, at the end. Inject himself with something.
Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had?
Very well, Detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us to the circumstances of the shooting.
Yes, sir.
The
The
circumstances.
circumstances.
Hell yeah.
Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting?
Those are the facts. I have the letter in question. To my beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life. Okay, thanks. Trust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why.
Very unusual indeed. Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder?
I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter.
Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir.
One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the details, Herr Attorney.
Well, was there some reason?
Hey, newest girl. As it turns out, there was. Every night for a half hour, starting at 11, the victim, Magnifique Grammary, was given an IV. An IV?
There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed.
At 11 o'clock, a doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption, during his IV.
Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would.
What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me. The victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it, and the pistol definitely belonged to the old man. Why are you so certain?
What pile of sand his ear had been stuck in all this time, pal? Never heard of Zack and Valent's quick draw shoot 'em?
Huh? What's that?
One of the defendant's specialties. Zack and Valent stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This is one of the pistols they use in their show. Got a great design, huh? The kids love it.
Many boys and girls join the police because of that pistol, I hear.
That's fucking grim.
What the fuck? You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Fucking get their ass meetings.
Group Grammary stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held onto that pistol ever since.
I didn't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. His testimony might be my only source of information. So pay attention and read this letter carefully. Yeah, I may as well just press everything from here, I think.
Hold it!
As if there weren't enough reasons to hate Gramarys. Yeah. Just because he got the letter doesn't mean he went through with it. Oh, I disagree. The victim was, indeed, shot in the forehead, after all, just as he had commanded. It could be a setup. But let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change.
Thanks, pal.
Aw, Phoenix. Fine. I can play it slow as well as play it fast. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe. Did you almost call me a doctor, pal? Shut up. 2 days before it happened, the victim sent a letter. And this letter was sent by the victim.
There it is. Gotcha. You're all mine this time, pal.
Huh?
I had the handwriting checked out, of course. It's the victim's. No mistake.
Ah, I see.
Score 1 for the boys.
I didn't lose. I was just ascertaining the facts. So why am I so annoyed?
But a letter ordering your own death? Things aren't what they used to be, I guess.
I'm not sure this is exactly commonplace even now, Your Honor.
So anyway, I guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead.
Okay, I want to stop here for a moment and talk about something, because we know there is a forger here at this point involved in this case. To what degree, we don't know, but diary page is obviously the big one. But now I'm sitting here thinking, like, well, would the handwriting thing even pick up that was a forgery if Vera's so good at it? Like, but then that means that, like, I look at anything in this case that is written, or practically anything really, and go, surely there's a chance this could be a forgery, right? Mysterious, the page and the letter are the obvious ones.
I mean, you know, Vera said that the diary page was the first time she ever forged something other than art.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. And I feel like if it was more than one thing, she probably would have noted that.
Yeah, and I don't know if you remember the actual letter Vera got sent, but, like, it was expensive. Like, that was a very pricey page.
Oh yeah, 100 grand.
Yeah.
How old is he here? Oh, God, he's got 17. They all start out when they're barely fucking of age. Not even of age. I think I did what was asked of him. How can you be so sure?
Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking.
Failed to grasp the concept of questioning, detective.
First, we got this letter. It says shoot in the forehead, loud and clear.
I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it.
Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal.
Just do whatever the letter says. What do you mean? You failed to grasp. Ugh. You failed to grasp the concept of shooting people as bad, detective.
All-timer line.
We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene.
Traces of gunpowder residue shows that it had been fired recently.
Well, Mr. Wright, as far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim.
I'm really confused why Zack thought it was literally impossible for him to get... Well, like, the way Zack was acting was like, oh yeah, there's no possible way you could do this, and yet this seems, like, stacked so in the prosecution's favor at this point.
Yeah.
Photo. Maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Enigma... I have no clue. Didn't pull the trigger, shot something else. Well, yeah, there is the clown with the... Do we have the... We don't have the gun in evidence yet. Do I just go for it, or do I want to go back and... It's actually strange that the pistol hasn't been entered into the court record yet. I'm gonna say shot something else.
Yeah, trust your gut.
Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me.
Yes?
What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes.
Bingo, pal. That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead.
Oh? The defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make.
Objection!
What? And you can prove that with this photo? I can prove he had a choice, yes.
The defendant might have fired like he was ordered. But he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot?
Why percent?
Clown doll?
Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead too.
Ah, there's a hole in his forehead.
Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim.
Objection!
Ha! And I suppose you have a reason as to why he'd shoot the clown doll? He didn't just shoot the doll, he shot the doll's forehead. His forehead? Ah! Oh no. This is a little weird that we're focusing on the forehead here, and later in time, Clavier will just keep calling Apollo her forehead.
Yeah. It stuck with them.
Newest girl! What the fuck? Trans girl struggling to learn makeup, call her a clown doll? Is this anything? That's fucked up. Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead.
The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter.
Objection!
What? I admit, I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim.
Objection!
Perhaps he did have a shot to have to shoot a forehead as ordered, but the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life.
The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue. Yet, Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim.
So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. Haha.
Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony.
How do you know that? So let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim?
Hey, not a bad summary, pal.
More of a confirmation than a summary, but whatever. That was really more of a confirmation than a summary. But our defense attorney seems pleased enough with himself. Do these people ever miss a chance to mock me? Well, now that Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his system. Shall we continue with the testimony? Didn't have time to gather... Oh, okay, yeah, we reached the end again. This was the bit that I got the new bit from, but then... I looked at this. I don't think I've looked at this yet. Because I feel like we're gonna get to... Okay, yeah, there we go. I feel like we have to get to the point that we're talking about how many shots were fired. You mean this pistol? The one in the crime scene photo?
That's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it.
We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. So, you verified the murder weapon, in other words.
You bet we did. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Here she is.
This is a really small nitpick, but it is kind of odd that if you went from left to right, just like going through everything, that you'd come across the new statement first before actually getting info on the gun.
Yeah.
That's interesting choice.
Well, this truly is a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets. It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round.
There it is.
By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently.
So, were any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. You might say that a lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of its own.
Oh, intriguing point, well made.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not well made, not intriguing.
In any case, the court accepts this evidence.
No matching fingerprints, fires one real bullet. So, yeah.
My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. But now it's time to return to our testimony.
Actually, no, you might not say that, because that's fucking stupid. Phoenix just snaps, and that's the real reason he got disbarred. That's stupid! You're stupid! Stop being stupid!
Objection!
Trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand?
Yeah, but like I just said, pal. After he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and...
Objection!
Did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not.
Murder weapon? How?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time.
Ah.
If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too.
Arg.
I hate your scene music. That's not a contradiction. Not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot.
Objection!
Oh? Where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know? If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. Ah. I had the feelings this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started.
This party's getting crazy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, fucking Dante ass cut too. And I haven't proven anything yet, beyond my good looks and startling record sales. Not a lack of humility. Phoenix got disbarred because he called Clavier a slur! No, Phoenix!
What's this? It seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared.
Like I said, Herr Detective was just a warm-up act. Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who you will find can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Gramarye who shot the victim in the forehead.
Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess.
This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach.
Court is adjourned.
Alright, this is probably a good place for a break. The second we get some music. Please, game. There we go. Alright. Honestly, the one thing that is a little weird about this, and to Cookie's credit, he kind of called it a bit earlier, is like, yeah, you don't really know... Well, I think it was Cookie that said it. You don't really know where it's going to go, or sorry, you know where it's going to go, but not how. And yeah, this seems a lot more obtuse than I was thinking, because, like, I'm really not seeing how that diary page says something about this case, because the other facts...
Just wait until you see who the witness is.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's probably gonna matter a lot. Yeah, it's just like, it's an interesting position to be in as a player, because you've been given a piece of evidence you know is forged, but you're looking at it going, wait, why, like, someone is forging evidence for a purpose, but what is that purpose? And also, like, what difference would that make in this particular situation? Yeah, it's an interesting position to be in. But, yeah, I don't really like where my head goes when it comes to, oh, just wait till you see who the witness is, because, it's exactly one person I'm expecting to see show up here, and, wouldn't have guessed that they were on the witness stand. But we'll find out who that is, after we take a break.
I've returned.
Welcome back.
This guy looks like he'd be voiced by Christopher Sabat.
He does. He definitely does.
Alright, are we all good to go?
Yep.
Cool.
No, yeah. I don't think there's much else to say if there's a particularly important witness coming up. I think it's better just to get to that point and then go, okay, now the cards are on the table.
Get it? Cards?
Yeah, I realized that after I said it.
Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less.
We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually.
I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discover the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know.
I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened?
Ah, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy.
Oh, I was about to make a joke on whether Zack was hitting on Phoenix, but that's... Speaking of which, where is she?
You have seen the problem yourself, the letter.
The one shot in the forehead one, right?
Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death.
Why not?
This is something I will not say, for now at least.
What's this for now business?
I have done many things in my life, some well, some poorly. This is a cross we must bear alone to our graves.
We?
You wanted to know about the night of this incident?
Finally. This guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff.
Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. And found him there upon his bedside 2 pistols.
Ivy is in his arm in this picture. Two.
Yes, the one I had used on stage. And the one that had been used by my partner, Valent.
Oh, for the Zack and Valence quick draw thing.
My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then for but a moment.
You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him?
Recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first.
So, there were other requests you couldn't refuse before.
To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and I fear that I've brought pain upon Trucy.
Was Magnify coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in Troop Grammary?
Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol and fired. I had fired and placed it into my pocket.
In your pocket?
I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called?
Rifling marks?
Yes. Well, that's all I have to tell you concerning the case.
Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me?
You're a fascinating man, Mr. Wright.
Thanks? This is weird coming...
Yes.
This is weird to hear come... bleh, oh my god, sorry, words. This is weird to hear from a magician.
There is something. My mentor, his eyes opened.
What? Magnifi Grammary...
The old devil, he was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woke him anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion. Maybe 5-10 minutes or so.
What did you talk about?
Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case.
Zach Grammary. Seems pretty steadfast to me. Or maybe just stubborn.
Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands.
Right. Let's get back in there. That's a very good question, Vulpix. Although, I have a better question. Why were there 2 guns? And yet, neither Magnifi nor Zach thought that was odd. Oh, unless he sent 2 letters. One to Zach, one to Valent.
Court is now back in session.
The first one gets the opportunity to get out on a technicality. The second can't. During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head.
Well, this is news. And the rifling marks?
There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis. So they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon.
Well, that's not very conclusive, is it?
Kinda makes you wonder why we even waited for that, but... Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? Well, they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production, being the other half of Grammary's famous duo, Zach and Valent. Yeah, that tracks. Valent Grammary. So we get to meet the the great Magnifi's other disciple. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation.
Valent Grammary, magician.
The wizard!
And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt? Fate, the grand illusion filled with traps and tricks. Like a certain Yu-Gi-Oh archetype.
Wait. The shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late?
If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes.
Okay. I always get the characters, don't I? And this doesn't beat the parrot thing, but it's getting there. I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. Is that... My beloved student Valent, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:20 p.m. I will ready a gun, with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why.
That looks very familiar.
Wait. That's the same letter Zach Gremory received.
Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da!
Oh my god, that stance.
Order, order, order. And what does it say? Surely it's not the same thing.
Perhaps you should see for yourself. Yeah, it's exactly the same. Obviously, different time, different person, but yeah.
Why, it's practically the same. The court accepts this into evidence. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks?
Good question.
These bitches crazy. What exactly was your troop Gremory up to?
By which you mean?
Your mentor asked both of you to shoot... What do you mean, what do I mean?
I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less.
It's just my opinion here, Judge. But from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them.
We walked the magician's path together, and in doing so, shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there is strain, a warping of relations, you might say. Yet it has nothing to do with the case at hand.
By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse. Yeah, thank you, Vulpix.
Well, let's go on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Gremory, stands accused. Tell us why.
Oh, I'll do more than that.
For where he walks, the roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic.
Fascinating. Though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene.
In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time.
As every magician knows, timing is everything.
Yes. And now it's time to get this party fired up. Night of the crime.
That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnify requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I'd not imagined my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police.
Why would you even fire the gun if your mentor had already been dead? That would just implicate you.
So you were the one who reported the crime?
Indeed. I would think. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion.
Let's not jump to any conclusions.
Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, the defendant, Zach Gremory, is guilty.
And if it wasn't Zach Gremory, then the killer was you, Valant. No disappearing act will get you out of that. Now I'm wondering if Phoenix is just out for revenge at this point. Orchestrating it in a very complicated manner with the court system, but revenge nonetheless. Dude, haven't you even played Among Us? Reporting the body is even more sus. Yeah. Yeah, couldn't put together the joke. Oh well. That night I visited the hospital room and I smelled gunpowder under the air. My mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might receive the same instructions. Deal with the dead is so... let's just go from the top. Which, according to the letter, was 11:20 p.m.
Indeed. In magic, timing is everything.
Right.
Consider the illusion of teleportation. If I were to appear on stage before my stunt double has left, how would that look? Why, it would reveal the very secrets of my magic.
Now that you've revealed the very secrets of your magic for all of us, let's move on. You've entered the designated time, and what did you see? Gunpowder. So, you weren't worried for your own safety at all? I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes. What if the shooter was still nearby?
I did not consider this, to be honest. It is forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination.
What the fuck does that mean? What? What? Really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? Magicians can't think. How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid.
No, you were the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination.
Maybe that's why I'm the only good lawyer in this entire town.
Witnesses will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding.
I think you're outing yourself a bit too much, Witness. Come on. We've got to make this a good game at the very least.
My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things.
Oh, that's a good line, actually. Magic, real. Thinking, the devil's work. Did not imagine. Which brings us back to this reason neither of you could refuse.
So it does. And my partner, he did not refuse.
But Magnify wrote the same thing to you. Why could you refuse if Zack couldn't?
Because I still have a will of steel, of course. I also do this trick where I bend steel bars, so perhaps steel isn't also strong.
So which is it?
Mind if I continue?
Your Honor, he dodged my question. Magicians can't bend steel beams, god damn it. Okay, yeah, shot the clown. There were two bullet holes at the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you?
No doubt my partner Zack has said much the same thing.
Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. I better dig around here a bit more, see what I turn up. Mr. Valen, let me ask you something else concerning the crime scene. Namely... pistols. How many pistols were there when you entered the room?
By which you mean what, precisely?
2 pistols were used in the Zack and Valen quick draw shoot'em, correct? One for each of you.
You are well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night.
What did Zach tell me back in the lobby?
Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. I see no problem with that statement. Only one pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene, after all.
So you picked up that pistol and fired it?
Indeed I did. Alakazam, alakazing, alakaboom. Is the number of pistols really so important?
Well... Okay, so the initial thing I thought was going to happen here was that he was going to make a really obvious blunder and say there were 2. But that would imply, like, a whole crazier other thing. It makes more sense that he only saw the 1. But then, I'm pretty sure the 1 pistol that we do have was the one that had whose bullet was in Magnify's head. Yeah, barrel marks matched bullet found in victim. So, there are 2 pistols. Zack fires one into the clown and takes it, and then Valent comes in with the remaining pistol, shoots Magnify, and leaves it. So the pistol there is the one Valent shot. It's the only one he could have shot, and that matches the bullet in the victim's head. Hello, Luca.
Wow.
But then I guess, like, the question is, like, does the number of pistols matter? Or, because, like, I kind of have a different point to make?
Okay, then you can hit not important then.
No, actually, hold on. Yeah, all good, Luca. I appreciate that. I hope you're doing well. Actually, no, you know what? I want to say quite important, because the fact that there was only 1 pistol there means it was the pistol that was left behind, and that's a way we
But
can make that
do you have any evidence aside from Zach's word, though?
that he took a pistol?
Yeah.
Well, I guess in the rest of the case we haven't established that there are 2 pistols, right? Which is why people are pressing on, yeah, hey, why are you asking this? There were other things I could ask. Maybe I can go back and have a look at them. Actually, let me ask about something else.
Very well. The witness may continue with the testimony. What can I do but obey?
Let's go back through this again. Oh, the wizard is here. He sure is. He sure is. Oh. In order to shoot a pistol, you need a bullet. Where was the bullet?
I entered the room and took the pistol in my hand. The bullet was already loaded, ready to fire at any time. A magician is always prepared, as you see.
Prepared for...
One never knows when a miracle will be called for. A magician always has
7 doves in his pocket and a white rabbit up each sleeve.
Trucy, is that true? Clearly, we're dealing with professionals here.
Is this bullet that was loaded in the pistol really so important?
I'm just gonna go back through all of them at this point. I may as well grab what info I actually can. One of these is gonna be important. I'm just... Whoop. Thank you, video game. One never knows when he might need a loaded gun in his pocket. Mm-hmm. It's true. Location of the pistol. Where exactly was the pistol when you entered the room?
Top a small bedside table it was. As if to say, here I am, take me into your hand, pull my trigger, shoot him.
The victim clearly wanted to be shot.
But why?
Taking a screenshot of this. But why? Oh. Oh. Perhaps he wanted to go out with a bang. Yes, we will never hear the truth from his lips, so all we can do is guess.
Is the location of the pistol all that important?
Okay, so... He walks into the room and there's only one pistol. Zach commented that there were 2 and he had taken one. So the remaining pistol is the one that was found at the crime scene, so far as we know. And the bullet matches. That seems to be, like, the most obvious conclusion you can draw from this without, like, overcomplicating things. There was a bullet already in the pistol, which... We know that they can only really fire one, and you need a bullet with you to do that, so the fact that there is a bullet loaded into the pistol means that it hadn't been fired yet. Which contradicts what he was saying about gunpowder, because no one in the case knows about the 2 pistols yet. So that's another point of attack, potentially. Although the player knows that that's kind of neither here nor there, I guess, because there were 2 pistols. And the location of it's kind of... Yeah, both of them were sitting on the bedside table there. That doesn't mean anything, ultimately. So I feel like it's got to do with either the number of pistols or the fact that the pistol was loaded. And I'm metagaming
And
a little bit.
there is more. There is more you haven't investigated yet as well.
Yeah, there is one more statement, I guess. The weird thing is, too, that, how do I explain this? Like, the player has been given something about the scenario that hasn't quite turned out in the rest of the testimony yet. And that feels important, right? Because, like, for the reason I stated before, there are 2 pistols there. Zack takes one and fires and leaves. Then Valant comes in, fires, and leaves that pistol there. That pistol's rifling markings match the one that's in the victim's head. So, the important thing to establish there is that the remaining pistol was shot by Valant because Zack took his. Or took the one he fired. But nothing to do with establishing that has yet been kind of talked about yet, so... So you informed the police. What did you do then?
What do you suppose I did? Use my magic to levitate my mentor's corpse, perhaps?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Now, please answer the question and skip the sarcasm.
After I made my report, I called the doctor and we returned to the room. While we awaited for the police to arrive, we discussed stomach medicine.
We've confirmed this with the doctor. It all checks out. Praise Mr. Valent's knowledge of stomach medicine, in fact. I have IBS.
It is an honor that I do not deserve, but I accept.
Both of Magnifi's students received the same letter. Both admit to having gone to the hospital that night. 2 bullets were fired, and one of them killed Magnifi. Time to find cracks in his testimony. Yeah, that's all of the statements then. So I have to imagine it's... I'm just gonna go down the number of pistols angle, I think. Again, kind of metagaming because this was the path that brought us down a thing where we went flashback to Zach's conversation, so... Game kind of nudging you that, hey, remember that this was said, that's kind of important. We'll see where this goes. Quite important. The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor.
Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony.
What can I do but obey?
My greatest magic trick is ibuprofen. There we go. That's what I wanted. So you took the only pistol there and fired it.
That's correct.
And that pistol was this one, which was left at the crime scene.
Good show. I see you two are a magician of sorts.
You're an idiot of sorts. Damn! Do you have any idea what you just said? I see the fire in your eyes as you glare at the witness. So how about heating up this trial a bit? These soap ballads bore me. I've got a hunch, but maybe that's all it is. Maybe I should ask about something else? Oh, that's cute. You can actually just press this to swap out the things rather than going back through the old conversation. No need, I think. On second thought, let's run with this testimony for a while longer. Gotcha, bitch.
Objection!
According to the defendant, Zach Gramarye, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table.
Who?
One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, as this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Valent has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense.
What might that be? I told you I took the pistol that was there and I shot the clown.
That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valent. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Fingerprints of the gun. Mr. Valent, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead.
His hair is so, like, Nobel Gundam.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
the way it's, like, a bunch of square, flat edges that split off at the end.
Mm.
Order! Order! Order!
And it's a really nice contrast with his, like, bright yellow cape that's in, like, the diamond pattern.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is all rather sudden.
What have I done?
Prosecutor Gavin.
I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry? For what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved that the type of gun... How were you able to specify that for the second bullet that you... Oh, fuck off.
This is more of a goddammit Zach moment than a goddammit Clavier moment, though.
Really? In what way?
Because if Zach had handed anyone the pistol other than keeping it to himself, they would have known that they were 2 pistols, and they could have done the test on both of them.
Oh, I guess. But that's not what you told us before. You said you'd verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now. Quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? Sir, you are in a court of law! Shut the fuck up! That was just this morning. I am still young.
that is such a good exchange, though.
Yeah. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this present discussion now.
Valid Gregory.
Yes, Your Honor.
You were presented to this court as a decisive witness. But you've proven to be more divisive than decisive.
Oh, get his ass.
Bangs his gavel on the desk.
Yeah. You'll see in time.
You will all see.
The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next.
Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin?
When Mr. Valent entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, Herr Wright, the real fight is about to begin. Bring it.
Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what.
Duel 2.
Let's rock.
Or 3, maybe, at this point? Who shot what? God. If the victim's name was what, that would have been incredible.
I arrived at the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me.
Those times are rather close, you have to admit.
Oh. And how did nobody hear the gunshot? No, you see, when they gave him the IV, they actually cleared the entire hospital out so he can just kind of be alone. It's very important for his IV treatment.
I've just accepted that as like a movie thing. Hospitals and movies are always way emptier than they are in real life because shit needs to happen.
Yeah, like, there's something to be said for just, like, just accepting that, like, no one heard the gunshot or anything like that. But I guess the funny thing is, in Ace Attorney in particular, like, one of the earliest cases in the entire series revolves specifically around people hearing gunshots. So it's an odd thing for them to then leave out, like, completely unexplained. When they've, proven they kind of think things through to a fair degree in that regard.
Yeah, Alcesta and I were watching a horror movie the other day, and we were both making fun of the fact that the hospital in the movie was not only, like, entirely empty, but also, like, incredibly dark. Like, there were, like, no lights on.
Yeah.
And this isn't like a spooky haunted hospital. This is like an in-operation hospital with an active staff and patients.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis for your alibi.
Is easy to explain in this situation, Herr Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Oh my god, this guy. Cue to the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the same result... do it 100 times, the result is the same. Their debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long. What a ripoff. No, Phoenix, you don't get it. They're really, like, avant-garde rock, so, like, their songs fluctuate from, like, a single minute long to double digits. It's... You
Phoenix
get it.
outing himself as a Yes fan. He only likes songs that are 8 minutes long at least, and
Yeah.
feature 5-minute keyboard solos.
He's a massive prog rock fan. He's like, 2 minutes? Are you kidding? Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus Pocus requires admirable focus. Shut the fuck up, you Gruntilda-ass quoting.
That's another music reference, believe it or not. There's a band called Hocus Pocus that made a single called Focus.
Oh. I didn't know that.
Oh, no, other way around.
Damn.
The band's called Focus, and they made a song called Hocus Pocus.
Nice. Very good.
It was in Baby Driver.
Of course. And in the time of death determined by the doctors, there is an uncontrovertible truth.
Very well, the prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times. And we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision.
I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations. Unless we blur the focus this case so clearly demands.
Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Carry on, Mr. Wright.
Carry on. Right. Dun-dun-dun. You know what, I'm gonna do something I haven't done in a very long time, and just
A little bit of
save
saves
my
coming,
game
baby.
there, because I get it. I really do get it. This is one of my least favorite things in Ace Attorney, where it's just like, don't press things.
Yeah, it's very annoying. I think this might be the last game to do it though. I can't think of any time in future games that are at least this harsh about it. Like sometimes they'll do like, if you press and then you'll have the option of like, do I really want to press this further? And if you do it carelessly, you get one. But not just like for pressing the first time.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say 11:20 p.m. No reason to suspect that's actually incorrect. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called the doctor. Fulfilled your obligation, huh? I see. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m.
How'd you know that?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
That's like, forgetting for a moment that that's a really, random bit of information for him to know. Like, what, did the doctor tell him that? That seems odd. But my concern is more like, how would you know that a person died that precisely ago? I feel
Well, I guess you can ask.
I feel like, you wouldn't have been dead long enough for processes in the body to start, like, cooling down at a rate that would be... I don't know. That seems like...
Very sharp. Very perceptive.
Eh. The doctor was a 17-year-old prodigy. I'm sorry. We've left that out. That's very important in this universe. I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time?
You do usually only get an estimated time of death, true.
More to the point, the autopsy report didn't even get it that accurately. And if someone was able to determine the time of death more accurately than the autopsy report, I'd imagine that would have been included.
I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death. Magic revels in making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex, in this case, is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework.
Don't step into the realm of math, my dude. You don't want to do that against me. The point here is the IVs the victim was taking. Oh! Oh, hold on a second. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall what we heard earlier about the victim, Magnifi Grammary's schedule. Every night at 11 o'clock, Magnifi took an IV drip for 30 minutes.
I can see the IV bag right there, yes?
Now, look a little closer. Follows the tube down from the bag to the end.
Ah, the needle's been removed.
Doubtlessly, it fell out when he was shot.
That would seem to be the case.
When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. Ah, you could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. The IV liquid functions for our purposes as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determines the time of death. You say, holding up the autopsy report that does not in fact have that detail in it from memory. Cool. Awesome. Did you forget to file that too, Clavier? From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. Okay.
And so it was when I, Valiant, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed. And this is proof.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Volpix, the answer is yes. Did that seem important? Yeah, I would say so. Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I'd say it's very important.
Agreed. It would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold, the power of arithmetic.
I'm taking a screenshot of that one, too. Behold. Me when I prove to you that 77 plus 33 is not 100. That's some Star Trek Discovery ass dialogue, yeah.
The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth.
Oh, Cookie. Classic trap. Where's my innocence?
You ask him to clarify this as well if you feel like it.
Yeah, I figured it would probably. Well, I'd hope it'd be lenient enough for me to press this, considering, but. Did you notice the IV yourself by any chance?
When I first entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. I could not
Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then his left arm did I spy, a rose drooping and wilted. Its thorn, the discarded IV needle.
Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot. Luckily for you. If that IV had not been there, why you might be a suspect.
Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color.
What? Your lucky color?
Indeed, even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self.
What?
For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valent won their first Magician's Grand Prix. Yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians. I was adorned in this attire then too, and our trophy, a bust. Ah, what a day that was. All backs.
This is one trip down memory lane no one needs.
My lucky killer, yes indeed, and that IV too. I say, I think 'twas hewed especially for me, Valent.
That does seem to be the case indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on his testimony?
Alan sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? What was... I didn't even follow what the fuck he was even saying, or what he was
So he was
driving
saying...
at.
He was saying he remembers walking into the room and seeing the IV was yellow.
Oh, but...
Green.
Oh my god. It certainly
It
sounds
was
like...
a lot of words to say, that IV sure was yellow.
Yeah, like, honestly, I like that writing, because it completely blindsided me. When the judge actually went around saying, so that's important, right? I'm like, what was it?
I think the judge thinks it's legitimately hard to tell with Valent. It's like, is this drivel or is this actually substance?
Yeah, and then Phoenix is standing there like still processing it, going, shuffles through the court
Fuck if I
record.
know.
Yeah. Certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck. But not this time. Mr. Valent, your lucky colors betrayed you.
I'm afraid you lost me.
Now you know how I feel. I like that the music cut out there instead.
Yeah.
Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence.
What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized.
I wonder if the insulin was blue.
I do hope this latest accusation is well-based.
Oh, don't worry. Oh, no! Phoenix! You son of a bitch! Don't worry.
I love
right
old
here.
internet humor. I love old internet humor so much. I love how this constitutes a subtle reference, circa 2009.
Yeah. I've got all your bases right here.
Very well, let's hear the defense's claim.
I genuinely don't know if I'm more disappointed that it didn't actually call back to the exact same line from earlier in the game, though. That would have been a very funny, like, kind of closing the loop there.
It would be, yeah.
Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valent has told us?
Crime scene tells all, Your Honor.
The photo of the crime scene?
All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white. Clear-cut simplicity. Tell us here, right? Just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure. And I assure you, it's quite simple. but I can't promise anything in black and white.
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in the photo contradicts the witness's testimony?
Did they give Phoenix his Dual Destinies Spirit of Justice voice clips?
They did, yeah. It's all Sam Riegel.
Oh. Huh.
And the reason is because the old voice clips are like super bit crunched because they don't have like clean versions of them.
Right.
That was actually one note I saw about the Miles Edgeworth collection that just came out, is that because Edgeworth never got an HD recording of his lines, all of his like voice clips, like the Objection, Hold It, Eureka, etc., are like super crunchy and it kind of hurts your ears.
Oh. And they kept them in?
Yeah, because they didn't they used Sam Riegel's in this because those are just the same ones used in Spirit of Justice and Dual Destinies.
Right.
So they had like a more up to date like HD quality recording of those lines, and they just didn't for Edgeworth because he doesn't, he hasn't been the main character since the DS games.
Yeah. Oh, that's a shame. So, yeah, I'm kind of torn, because on one hand, like, I like preserving the Bit Crush stuff, but if it's that Bit Crush, that might be a problem.
Yeah, like I was like a game reviewer I follow on Twitter was talking about it. It's like he just said like, oof, I understand why they did, but I really wish they would have re-recorded or found another way to up-res these, because it's painful to listen to it with headphones on.
Yeah, I can only imagine. Especially if they, like, matched it volume for volume and you can't really control the voice clip audio, like, yeah, that would...
Yeah, especially since, like, because this is the first time Investigations 2 is being localized, all of the new characters who have lines do have HD audio for theirs, so Edgeworth stands out even more by comparison.
Yeah. Edgeworth with the B-23 bomber voice. God damn it, Luca. Valiant Grammary, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes?
I'd take the mystery out of it, but yes.
Ooh, you're starting to robot a bit.
Oh,
Ooh,
shit.
excuse me. Oh,
Should I reconnect?
No, now you're completely fine. Of course, the second I
Cool.
point it out, it's good. Go away, Bit Crush. That wasn't an invitation to Bit Crush Mina Discord. Come on.
Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright?
Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene.
Give it one game, Phoenix. You'll have a yellow protege as well to go with your red one.
What's this? Confusion, doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy?
There's another fucking reference.
Mm-hmm.
Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valiant. Look at that IV bag. What is this? What foul magic?
It would be hard to call the IV liquid yellow, and I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph.
Ella, no!
God damn.
You really did have a rabbit up each sleeve.
Mm.
Order! What does this mean?
Is this a kind of mistake?
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. Your witness's mistake.
The greener they are, the harder they fall. Okay, Phoenix. I see what you're driving at, but maybe workshop that one a bit more. One day you'll get the whole Crayola box. Yeah. You just needs a green one. Suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valid Grammary, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not.
Well,
This contradiction can mean only one thing.
Objection!
And to sink, you almost had me. Huh? I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright.
something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence.
Yes, a contradiction. One that I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean... How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree at a glance, the IV liquid does appear sort of greenish yellow. Clavier, are you colorblind? Is he colorblind? Fucking objection! But I assure you, the liquid itself is quite yellow.
Yellow liquid? How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, the liquid's green.
Well, actually, it depends on the white and black balance and brightness and stuff like that. It can actually appear yellow depending on the camera that takes the photo.
Hold on, Prosecutor Gavin, I need you to solve this for me. What color is this dress?
Yeah. We need a comparison point. I feel like we're going to be running around in circles otherwise. Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself? Oh, shut the fuck up. The bag? You mean the plastic bag on the hook?
It looks like... I want to say light blue?
Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag, and... you get green. This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color. Thank you, Luca. I can tell because of the pixels. But he still said...
Having seen quite a few shops in my time.
But that means he's still wrong, though. Like, that means that the bag that's connected is not the bag that was connected when Valent was there, or Valent is lying.
Nail him on that.
I see. Your explanation does have the ring of truth to it.
Objection!
Thank you, Phoenix. As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is. Grave? The liquid in the IV is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Ugh. Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask. How did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow?
Alakazoo, OMG!
Oh, god damn it.
Order, order, order. Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid. So I'm sure it means something, but what?
I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valent Grammary, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because... It looked yellow. He'd seen it before. He knew the IV liquid's color.
So, one of these implies prior knowledge, the other implies impossible knowledge.
It did not look yellow. That can't have been the case. He'd seen it before? He knew the IV liquid's color. He'd seen it before? Okay, like, these are kind of the same, but like you said, one of them is just like, he just had the knowledge that the IV liquid's color was this, as opposed to the fact that he'd seen the liquid before.
Yeah.
In fact, now that I look at it, that's kind of a weird one to include. That feels like you have to fill out a multiple choice question with more answers, and you just put something that's like worded slightly differently, but definitely wrong. Who's seen it before? From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? Because he'd seen it before. But not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag.
I suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what all this means.
Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at a hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor.
Objection!
I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the IV liquid's color? Leaves are getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, yeah? I have not seen the phrase teeny bopper in a decade?
Objection!
Maybe? The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Okay, just Roshiro fans, that's fine. Yeah, he hasn't got the public image thing together yet, I think. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin.
I remember it well.
However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag.
Wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right?
As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, the IV liquid is not the days of our lives. The IV liquid
This
enters
is an onslaught of pop culture references in this
right?
case.
Yeah. At which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid had increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in.
Objection!
Let me get this straight here, right? You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag? Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow.
Now wait. Wait, I said wait. How might an amateur, such as myself, essay to perform such a task?
Objection!
You're a magician. I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup.
Objection!
I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat?
He has a point, amateurs. I at least would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag.
You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death. I tire of these fairy tales lacking evidence.
Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to Earth?
Valiant Gramarye, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime.
Might I ask what you're strongly suggesting?
magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was... the syringe?
Yeah?
Yeah.
The victim's syringe.
It's the perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick, and easy enough for an amateur to use. What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it. And don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valiant Grammary, as you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock, one that you could manipulate at will. Is that actually 7 doves flying out of his pocket? That would be hilarious.
Never counted.
I do believe, well, with this being his first, that our burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that, while there is a doubt to the amount of the IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. And that brings our trial to a close for today.
Huh. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much-needed investigation work.
Objection!
Oh. Of course. Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise. Underestimate the young, and they'll sweep your feet from under you. In a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You say the witness used the syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid. But there is no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Huh. He's admitting it. Nor
Oh my god, he admitted it.
yeah. Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This I admit. After all, why linger in the past, when the future holds so much?
You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin?
Proof, Herr Judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less. Oh, no.
What's this?
This is the victim Magnifique Grammary's diary. Diary? After going into the hospital, Magnifique began writing his memoirs, it seems. The stories of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end, quite appropriately, with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request? Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journals that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 PM. Let's read it, shall we? Tonight's IV is in. Maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. This journal may end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. All that is left to mine is to lay down this pen. Seems fate's clock with me. least one less than 10 swift minutes remain to all those who have... 10 minutes, huh?
This does appear to have been written just before his death. Court accepts this into evidence.
Memoir of sorts written up to just before he died. Reads the very last part with particular care. This journal may end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his. He refers to our defendant, Zach Gramarye.
That would make sense, yes.
Oh wait, there are 2 people who might have shot him. What? Why am I just going to that conclusion?
He was the first scheduled visitor, after all.
But look at what he said before that. This journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifi Gramarye intended to write again. That is, if Zach Gramarye didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. Because Magnifi's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Gramarye. And yes, Luca. Yes, I do think he is stupid.
Order! 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 Prosecutor Gavin, are you certain that Magnifi Gramarye wrote this?
There is no mistaking his handwriting.
Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifi did intend to continue his diary. Yet, if his diary ended here, which plainly it did...
Then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Gramarye. Oh dear. Well, how do you like me now, Herr Wright? Still too green for your tastes? So what a crazy thing withhold until now. I mean, to be fair, this is a bit of a this is much more of a stretch than the IV thing. If Phoenix didn't actually refute the IV thing, that's a far more solid actual explanation, but it is still pretty nuts. Considering it's right there in the photo, too. Fucking camera's, like, falling. I've got to, like, readjust it a lot. Yeah, there we go. I think I knocked it a couple of nights ago when I was taking it out to test something. It's literally in the center frame, yeah, real. He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe he'd overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence.
Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking. But put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case.
Does it, though? The diary's accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. Uh-oh. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence.
Literally no choice.
What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary?
It's not too late to resync this and avoid more embarrassment. Oh, you son of a bitch, you set him up, didn't you? Oh, I thought this might have just been Kristoff, but it's... Oh.
Very well. Please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright.
Incidentally, don't even think about showing us this diary I've just shown the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. Alright, I'd be happy to. Decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this page is... First, take a closer look at this diary. Thank you, Cookie. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out.
What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page.
Alaka, I don't believe it.
Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifique Gramarye. That's the defense's position.
Wait, let me see that. What in the Sam Hill?
Hell, you're on... Oh, God.
Why, this is the continuation of the victim's diary.
Which would have been written at 11:10 p.m. Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Magnifique's diary.
Quite remarkable.
Would you care to explain what all this means, Herr Attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Gramarye left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valant Gramarye.
No. No.
Nah, it was like 4.
The handwriting, too, matches that on the other pages. This is, without a doubt, the genuine article. Order! 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 But wait, that's impossible. That old man couldn't have written that.
Objection!
Finally. You just couldn't resist, could you, Herr Wright? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Herr Judge.
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin?
That old man couldn't have written that because I killed him. He was dead. Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness.
But Prosecutor Gavin... This evidence overturns the current witnesses...
I ask only to put it on hold. Please. My new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes. No more. I promise, Your Honor.
Well, if you put it that way... Mr. Wright, what's your take on this?
Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, we'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner.
Then, though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring this surprise witness to the courtroom.
I had a bad feeling just then. Well, actually, let me do Future Phoenix's voice. I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Oh. Oh dear.
Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin.
I beg the court's understanding. But I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room.
Very well. And you are the witness, I gather?
Hold on. No audience. Right. I see. Do you mind if I take him? Because I imagine he won't
Sure,
be
go for it.
around. Well, yeah, he's not going to be
Yeah.
around for long.
He's not long for this world.
Yes. Yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record. My name's Drew Misham. I'm a painter.
A painter? And you are somehow relevant to this case?
No, but, well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Do you know what this is? Oh, yeah, I know it well. How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Oh, yeah. I mean, I made it. You... What? You made it? Yes. You might call it one of my works. The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. Illegal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Gramery.
Illegal evidence?
I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large, Drew Misham has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries?
Well, so are we to understand that this page here is...
A fake. Prepared by a certain defense attorney.
Objection!
Hold it! I didn't prepare this evidence.
Objection!
Ah, the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume. But what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix Wright.
Witness, Mr. Misham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client?
That... I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them.
Objection!
But there's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. Huh? To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt this is mine. What's the special mark?
Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court.
It was careless of me. That's all I can say.
Oh, old boy. Here.
What's this?
I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important.
It was all a trap. Fatal trap. Okay. Clavier might not actually be in on this, necessarily, but I'm still extremely sus. Well, yeah, because he would have gotten potentially just the tip-off. Not necessarily known that this was, you know, orchestrated.
In his mind, he was just owning a cheater super hard.
Yeah, like, he knew he was going to be cheating, and it's just like, oh, yeah, here we go. I got him now. Yes.
You have an explanation for yourself?
If I did, would the court hear it?
Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime. And presenting it in court, a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney.
Fatal, too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one.
Objection!
Your Honor, wait. I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime. You cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual.
I am sorry, Mr. Wright.
Are you fucking serious? Your Honor? Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to sink before embarrassing yourself.
I see no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed.
Yeah, Clavier cannot resist an orgy of evidence, real. Mr. Attorney? Yes? Can I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright? I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must... Ah, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Zack? There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict?
Do you by chance notice that I'm a magician?
When your defendant does not exist.
What?
Doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I'm talking about this!
Mr. Enigma? The defendant's escaped! Find him, quick!
Bailiff, close all the exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape.
That day, in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shady Enigma, aka Zach Gramarye, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably, vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again. Not since that day.
This is the Gramarye miracle.
Fucker breaking the fourth wall just to declare his victory. No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. Trial of magician Zach Gramarye vanished, along with him, for all eternity.
So recall what Shady Smith was trying to do in case 1?
Yeah,
He was trying to ruin Phoenix
yeah.
by cheating. Or by framing it for cheating. Like, hey, thanks for raising my daughter, old chap. Time to ruin your life.
Yeah, that's fucked up. But I kind of understand it, because, like, hey, I just had to disappear from public life because you just handed a piece, you submitted a piece of evidence that my daughter just handed to you randomly. Like, what the fuck, man? Ugh. The mysteries that remain behind were all unsolved, however. Oh, sorry, all? Oh, were all solved. But not until 7 years later. How are you feeling? Do you, we've got still, like, 40-ish minutes before kind of midnight your time. Do you want to just push through without a break, or...?
Yeah, sure. This, like, then this next part is very modular. It's literally, like, it's like episodic, kind of, like the next chunk of this case. So,
okay, cool.
There's not a bad point to leave off.
Awesome. That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. Mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. You'll soon be finding all of this out for yourself. Which of Magnifi Gramarye's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant Zach Gramarye go? What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? What about the girl who was left behind? Hi. What the fuck am I looking at?
Crime pewter, baby.
Yeah, apparently. Jesus. The past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. And when all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. First, you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. That terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended half-finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answers will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There is something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts. Magatama. Yep. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Use LB and RB to jump between the past and the present. let's begin 7 years ago, in the past. It is right after my last trial it is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. Huh.
Time to solve some fucking time crimes, baby.
Yeah. This is like a radical change in structure, too. It's kind of crazy. Behold the power of the Nintendo DS! Yeah, I'm really intrigued how, like... Because the formula really hasn't changed all that much in terms of its, like, overall structure, right? In terms of investigation, trial, investigation, trial. Obviously, they've introduced new mechanics, they've put more complex puzzles in front of you, but they've never really, like, the closest they've gotten to actually breaking the overall structure is with the third game, where they were jumping back and forth between the past and the present to show certain trials and certain moments to lead up to the culmination of the whole game. But this is on another level compared to that, like...
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, let's jump in then. The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up, to walk away, but I figured I'm the only one who could do this, probably. And besides, I had plenty of time, thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. Oh god, they're even using old sprites for this as well. Or old backgrounds, too.
What strange sight doth my eyes behold?
Excuse me?
Two men on either side of a single transparent pane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languishes within the plexiglass confines.
There's been no proof
There's
that...
been no... Oh, sorry, that's you.
No, you're right. There's been no proof that I forged anything.
Nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor.
Oh, I guess we're just ignoring all of the investigation talk up to that point. Cool.
Yet these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, I might ask, awaits you?
A little piano and a cold little hole in the wall.
But since you're here, what shall we discuss?
Shooting of Magnifi Grammary, for one. Who pulled that trigger? Valent or his partner Zack? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm gonna get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. Oh, end inquiry. Huh. Oh! Huh. So this is kind of functioning like just being able to go to any point, although obviously present unlocks in a different rate. But this is like proto full map, go anywhere, don't do any of the weird bullshit of having to go to certain places to go to certain other places.
Yeah, this is 4 moments in time that you can freely walk between, and you will need to jump from one to one to get evidence to help you in different ones. Don't ask how that works. It's cool as fuck. That's why.
Well, yeah, Phoenix got the programmer to just be like, don't make it have to follow the sequence. I'd rather than jump around. Thanks. Like we're already establishing that there is a conceit to the way you are going through these moments in time. So
yeah.
Shutakumi played 999 real. And he started piano playing the moment he was disbarred. Yeah. It's my only hobby, so I guess I gotta make that my job now. Fateful trial.
I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent.
Yes. And my attorney's badge disappeared, and he never even touched it. Wait. No! It's not on the court record anymore!
It's gone!
That's so good! Oh, shit. Oh. Oh, sorry, did you do this line already? And I was shouting over you because I... No, okay.
No, I don't think I did. Low respawn, that always leaves someone weeping in the shadows.
Fucking controller. What? This never usually happens. It's usually a one and done when I start up my PC for the first time. Why it's suddenly doing this? There we go.
Yet his very disappearance is itself a revelation.
Revealing what?
Zach Gramery killed Magnify. It's as good as a signed confession.
That's certainly been public opinion's take on it.
I grow tired of my cage. And the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare.
Planning on jumping back into the magic right away.
As long as an audience waits with bated breath, there will be Valent. And also,
Yes.
now that my partner has disappeared, Magnify's repertoire is mine. Valent Gramery has a tradition to uphold.
Is that true?
Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or no. And yet, you can't pay for that kind of publicity.
Okay, so... Kristoff shoots Zach in the...
He beans him. He
Oh no, he
beats him with a bottle.
Right. Yeah, no, he hits him, right. And obviously that's probably related to the fact that he kind of got his trial ended up the way it did because of, well, yeah, I guess I am kind of putting the cart before the horse here, but like there was a big question in the first case of why did Kristoff kill him?
Yep, and it ended without that resolved.
Yep. So, and given both, given the tension between Kristoff and Phoenix, and obviously, like, Clavier also not really having a strong opinion of him, and seeing what just transpired, it leads me to believe that Kristoff was responsible for also forging the evidence and placing that in Phoenix's possession. But then I have to wonder, again, why?
I don't know, I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, because if this result was intended, like, is he connected to the Gramarys in some way? Yeah, sorry. Thought that was going through my mind as we kind of went through that little bit. I thought it would be worth, planting my flags, as it were, to say, like, yeah, I think Kristoff's involved in both of these, and I don't understand why, but yeah, it's my shot at the moment. Blackmail. The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valent. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnify's instructions as your partner.
So I was, but only Zach Gramery followed them. Let us not speak any more of who shot what.
Because that would be inconvenient for you.
Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot.
I'm more interested in learning something else, actually.
What might that be?
I want to know what Magnify had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him?
A trick up his sleeve? Perhaps you do not know.
No, what?
A great magician never reveals his secrets.
Why do I feel like this is going to become a trend? I didn't think it would be that easy.
The audience must remain forever in the audience.
No, Vulpix, we can't. Do you see how many Psyche locks he has? He's invincible. Oh, Mina?
Oh, sorry.
You good?
Bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight.
Magatama, one of my most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. It can show me the locks on people's hearts. And if I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. Magatama starts it all. And the Magatama ends it. Yeah, but that's, ooh, new visuals for those, though. Maybe I'll just touch base on each of these points before kind of figuring out what to do. Because if I do, if it presumes I'm going to be walking between those to get evidence to come back, I have to think. Well, I guess I could just at least see what the initial thing is. The initial line of questioning.
Yeah.
Trick up his sleeve. I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. Also, new music, love it. Ooh. Is this a remix of the original track?
Yeah, it's
Yes,
like a
there it
re-orchestration, yeah.
Must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm gonna find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world, it's asking someone to commit murder.
Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales.
And he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? My guess is it was a matter of life or death.
Care to explain?
Your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it?
Let us make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it.
Danger. Yeah. I don't have enough evidence right now to pull this off. Maybe it's time to do a little more legwork. And by that, I mean teleporting to another moment in time, somehow. Yeah, right. Defendant lobby. Huh. 7 years ago, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Didn't think I'd be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. Now, yeah,
I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way. This trial is over. Ah, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Zack. There is one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this.
Mr. Enigma? Okay, yes. Yeah, I don't think we also needed this bit, thank you. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge. But now, like an amputated limb. I can still feel it itching. The phantom pain. Where do I start?
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
Yeah. There's a man without his badge. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. We'll just see who's... Oh my god. Fucking Meekins.
Do you want to do him, or do you want me to?
I'll do him. I haven't taken a other character in a while.
Go for it.
Down on the hands, floor on your head.
That's the only voice you can have.
Yeah. Now. Oh, what's the big idea? Oh, my ears. No unauthorized personnel are allowed in here. But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. Zoink! I just say it like it is, sir. It's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, even my wallet. We've met before, haven't we? On a case 2 years ago? No recollection of that, sir. Huh? For me, working on a case is always in the present progressive tense. God damn it. There is no past. There is only now, sir. Okay. You're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Court bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir. I must meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape. Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir. But you were a regular police officer once, right? Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Oh, holy shit.
It's so fucking funny.
Yeah. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So, you were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing? How did you make that gavel noise? I'm dying over here! Ooh, it's a hard not life, sir. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my god, yeah. Guess I wasn't the only victim. Oh my lord. Alright, sorry y'all, this is gonna be a lot of me talking apparently, but...
A lot of Meekins talking.
Haha! Last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. You even got the same badge as before, with you saluting in the exact same pose. Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this. Last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me. That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one, a lowly bailiff. But your uniform... I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. His fucking expressions, oh my god.
Excellent excuse to not have a new sprite for it.
Absolutely, yeah. That can't be legal. I guess you could say Starfall's... professional misplacer. So, you were the one who let the magician get away that day? I'm dying over here! A star rises among the court bailiffs full of hope, then... tragedy strikes. How the fuck am I meant to fight a wizard? Is there anything you could tell me about it? About Zach Gramarie's disappearance? Oh, the humanity! That's enough of that. Magician's disappearance. Oh, why, yes, I'd say it was around 2 PM when I heard a commotion in court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open. Slam! Some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face! So, you... You saw someone suspicious coming your way. Yes, I being a bailiff of little standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk hat all the way down the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building here. Oh my god. Incredible.
Finally.
Yeah, now we know the layout of this room. Zack is basically Undertaker and Meekins can't take Undertaker. Yeah. Ah, there's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself. Nary a friend to call my own. Okay. And which way did Zack Gramarye run after bursting through the courtroom door? He went up like this and around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw that magic man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remember it like it was right there, right here, because it was lobby number 2, sir. You ran into this room? I don't see any place to hide in here. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone. That's impossible. Yes, that word. Oh, how many times have I said that word? Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying. I'm dying over here. Oh, okay, I won't say it again. Promise. But you have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby? I searched. Why the pause? There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir. How can he talk so loud and still be hiding something? Vanishing trick. So, Zack was in this room when he vanished. Absolutely, sir. I saw it with my own eyes. That red silk hat, that flowing cape. He ran right in here, right inside this room. Silk hat, cape. That's Zack alright. I think Meekins deserves a hottie with a body. Yeah, maybe that'd fix him. But sir, look at the room. I'm sure there's someone who's looking for a failed male wife out there somewhere.
Fail male wife, holy shit.
There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there's nothing I could do, but nothing, sir. What about now? Have any ideas? Sir! Ideas about what exactly, sir? If you don't mind me asking? You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that?
Put on the maid dress, Meekins.
Psyche locks. I should have known. Alright, what do you got, Meekins? The disappearing trick. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out. Hey! Ooh, what's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden? I feel like there are chains wrapping around me. Oh god, it's happening again! You know something, and I'm gonna find out what. Zack Gramarye vanished from this room. How'd he do it? How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say as I... Sir? Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something? Well, sir, You see, at the time, sir, I was here, and... Listen, it was impossible! What could such a little girl possibly do any... Yeah, okay. What did you just say? No, sir! Did I just say something, sir? No, you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there? Sir, I'm gonna have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking. Is that even physically possible for you, Meekins? It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zack's accomplice was. I know who was here in this room that same day. Trucy. Trucy Enigma.
Take that!
Sir, I've never seen that girl until just the other day. Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it. Sir! Sir, that day, she was here in the room, sir. But he wasn't. You mean, you chased her into this room, not him? Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Meekins was an officer for a couple of days. God. Oh, okay, just one thing, but it was not how to mistake a girl for a 7-foot-tall magician. 7 feet? Zack isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zack Gramarye. But you saw something. And therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? The forged diary page. Oh, it was the clown. It was the clown, wasn't it, Meekins? No, I think that's... Meekins was only an officer as long as that case took. Yeah, really. It's time to do a little more legwork. Alright. Yeah, I can't really present anything. Yeah. Alright. Next one. "7 years ago, Right & Co. law officers."
Oh, morning, Daddy. I'm so glad you came.
I just noticed they do the same stance.
Half of her sprites are imitating him, yeah.
Yeah.
You okay, Daddy? They picking on you? I'm fine, as always. The old boy is here to help me, after all.
That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on.
Thanks. My first show's today, after all.
2 weeks had passed since then. I called her into my office. Ouch. Oof. Ow. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future. I did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long. I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you'd like. I could look up some places you might like to stay at. This is so weird.
Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you.
Luca? Say what you will about Christoph, but Zack absolutely deserved it. Well, I guess for, like, just abandoning his daughter, but... Yeah... I think once I'm at the end of this, I might have a little bit more of a clear picture on my mind of like Zack. But at the moment, he basically just like dodged a murder charge, which like, I mean, I can't really blame him for that. But also, he did just like flat out disappear for 7 years, and then the first interaction he's had with Phoenix and or Trucy is trying to fucking ruin Phoenix's life. So.
He said I could trust you.
Huh? Really?
So if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family?
Huh? I guess so? Getting weirder.
Mr. Attorney.
Actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you like. Doesn't have to be today or anything.
Okay, say Daddy.
Oh my god! Instantly. That was quick. Yes?
If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking, I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year.
So that means I don't have to pay them. Yay!
So thanks, Daddy.
Ah.
Oh, and this office, it's a little blah.
It's true.
A little color goes a long way, you know.
Ah.
Oh, and Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this.
God. Trucy, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy.
Thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? Because she is. Because she absolutely is, Phoenix. Yeah, she is so cute. I'm on that grind, Daddy. God. You tell Trucy just immediately and single-handedly got Phoenix out of possibly being depressed for life. Yeah, that's also true. Like, he's very much still probably, like, he hasn't settled on all of this just yet by the way he's kind of going about it. And obviously, to some degree, you can't really read into it too much because it is like a conceit, but given the fact that it is Phoenix just genuinely talking and the whole thing isn't apparently robotic, like, yeah, you do read this as how he was feeling at the time. And yeah, I read it more as like, much like the rest of his life, he's kind of flying by the seat of his pants, but I completely agree. Like, if he hadn't had Trucy and just kind of same motivations and all that throughout, I feel like he would have been in a lot worse place.
So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right?
You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me, Daddy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that.
Actually, that's pretty accurate.
So, here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? No one will be my friend at school that way.
Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law, if you would ask some people.
Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should write an agency instead.
You mean, like, a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent?
Got me, don't you? I'm a professional.
A professional...
Yep. Correct?
Yes! A professional what? Yes!
After all, I am directly descended from the famous Zach Grammary.
Directly descended. He's your father.
Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright, too. She is so precious. Oh my god.
That makes me wonder if, like... Because the way she just kind of, like, associated is now, like, saying that, whether Zach is actually a real father. I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. God. And Preg Cannon and Ace Attorney. Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy, Zach Grammary?
Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy.
Which daddy was that again?
Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of Troop Grammary, and they're big.
Grammaries. They were on television a lot. I haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it.
Big magic happens when you put Zach and Valiant Grammary together, you know. Once they made a gigantic waterfall right there on the stage. And this giant trout swam right up the giant waterfall.
Let me guess. There was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top.
I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic.
I shouldn't have brought it up so soon.
Whatever will happen to me with Daddy and Mommy both gone?
Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother.
But I have my magic, and a great daddy, even if he is unemployed. You know, I think things are gonna be okay.
God. I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, Trucy, you're a professional?
Yes, it's like that thing they say.
Big magic does often require another party member to help. Yeah, true.
Baby frogs grow up to be frogs?
They say that?
I always thought it was funny, though.
What was?
Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe I thought it would be easier to understand it that way for kids. How stupid.
Right. So, in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy?
That's right. Well, want to see a trick?
You're going to do a magic trick? Yes, please show me. Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all.
That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes. Ta-da!
Oh, yep.
Hey folks, it's Mr. Hat. I gotta say, it's good to be seen.
Yeah! Whoa! That was... startling.
The amazing Mr. Hat. Isn't he great?
Oh, hold on a second.
Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service.
Mr. Hat also wears a silk hat and cape.
And has a mustache.
Uh-huh. He certainly makes an impression.
Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy. She hasn't figured out how to work the mouth yet. It's really cute.
She's kind of doing it, though.
But, like, it hangs open when he's not talking, whereas in the future
yeah.
it's shut when he's not talking.
Mm-hmm. Now I'm just imagining Meekins opening up the door and, like, right up against his face is Mr. Hat.
The routines get a bit heady at times. Get it? Heady?
Friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. Trucy's favorite trick. Startlingly realistic. Trucy also looks away while making her hat talk. Yeah, you can see her arm moving too under her cloak when she kind of makes the mouth go as well.
It's such a good attention to detail. Like, they didn't have to do that, but they did.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, it definitely feels like one of those things where, like, the artists were probably so constrained by, like, their original kind of situation that when they were actually given the opportunity to be a lot more, what's the word I'm looking for here? Not expressive, but, like, have so much more room to actually fit more complicated animations and that, they just went fucking crazy with it. And, yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
It's great. Could you tell me about your mummy, if it's okay?
Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage.
Oh. On stage? You mean with your daddy?
Yep. She was always there with Zack and Balance, smiling. But then she went away.
Went away?
It was a grand illusion, but she made a mistake. She vanished. I guess I guess she didn't know how to get back.
Maybe so.
I cried then, a lot. That was when Daddy gave me this. Here.
This is your mother? She's beautiful.
Her name's Thalassa. Thalassa Grammary.
Poor girl. I didn't know her mummy had gone missing. Now her daddy's vanished too, right before her eyes.
You, Daddy?
Oh.
You won't.
Don't worry. I won't vanish. I promise.
Right. You can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan.
God.
Daddy always said to have a backup plan.
Fuck. Sorry, I didn't mention it before, but, like, Zack was telling Trucy that she could trust Right, and then he comes back and... What the fuck, man? What happened in these 7 years? Maybe I'm just assuming Shady is actually Zack and is not necessarily... Well, I guess we did mention that before, but...
Yeah, like the game wants you to know that.
Yeah.
Like the fact that his first name is Shady. Like
I guess all I rate as is a backup plan. Contains a photo of Trucy's mother, Thalassa. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that.
It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow.
What? But are we representing anyone?
Me and you. That makes two, Daddy.
I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent.
Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at.
Well, when you put it that way.
You mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? This will not do.
Not even a hobby? Really?
Boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket.
Okay, I'll think of something.
That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy.
Phoenix being indestructible is a good talent. You're right, Luca.
Welcome to the team, Daddy-O.
The team. Right. Oh wait, that means we have 3. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy. Well, actually, this is probably future Phoenix. Well, better to be future Pinks. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. Ding. I wonder if that changed anything in the present. Nope. Do you want to, like, take a quick look at Drew's studio, find the lock, and then wrap it up there, or do you think it'd be better to call it
I
now?
think this is a good break point, to be honest.
Yeah, that sounds good. Huh.
Much to think about.
Much to think about. Yeah, I didn't expect we'd do, like, a whole actual trial that is essentially recreating 7 years ago. I thought maybe we'd have, like, something a bit shorter that might have been, a bit more dialogue heavy and very little, like, actual putting of any evidence together. But obviously, given what they're going to do here, they want to establish a whole set of a whole case that you need to think about that is connected to the latter, and rather than, like, you know, having that interweave the way the last game did, it's like, no, you're going to actually do that. You're going to go and talk to those people like you would otherwise. So, yeah, I'm really curious, like, what... like, I don't know if there's going to be, like, talk about, like, you know, why... Well, one of the mysteries is that Zach Ramery disappeared, so I have to imagine that at some point we're going to touch on the fact that, you know, someone with the name Shady ended up in Case 1. But yeah, like the funny thing is, the more Kristoff is explicitly not related to any of this, the more worried I get that he's, like, actually even more conniving and what's the word I want to use here? Like, devious, but
Yeah, master of puppets.
yeah, it's, like, kind of wild the way that this was all set off. Presumably at this point, what I'm thinking is that he went out of his way to frame Phoenix, but, like, scheming. Always scheming. Just from what we've been presented, I don't see an actual motive for him doing any of that yet.
Well, I guess we'll see who it is.
And then, like... I'm really curious at the conclusion of this, how, Clavier's gonna react. Because if he didn't know, and he was essentially used by his brother to put someone away for that, I'm very curious if he actually has an over-the-top reaction to that or not. The motive is that he's German? Come now. Come on. Yeah, what else? Like, I mean, in terms of who killed Magnify, I think we went through a pretty clear process of establishing that it was very, very likely, you know what they say about Germans? They hate Phoenix Wright. You know what? That's not even, it's not wrong. Because I think we're pretty clear on what happened with Magnify. Like, it really looks like Valen did actually shoot him, based on the evidence we actually saw. And if that's the case, then, you know, Zach would have gotten Magnify's repertoire instead. Well, maybe not. I guess the only reason Valen may have gotten the repertoire is because Zach vanished. But then what happened in the future, then? And fucking, I forgot too that, like, Vera called the person that commissioned them for that piece. Was it the? It must have been the diary page. No, yeah, we were talking about the very first thing she did that wasn't a painting, so it would have been the diary page. Was the devil? It was just like, okay,
Yeah.
come on, like, why does she call him that? I mean, she was 12 at the time, so could just be like over dramatic. And then, how on earth did she actually get poisoned too? The game calls attention to the fact that she's biting her nails. So, like, I have to assume that's it. But, like, fucking when? How on earth did that fucking happen? Because I think the implication there is to kind of nudge you towards thinking that, but there wasn't anything to suggest that someone had actually poisoned her fingernail or anything like that. Or, like, someone could have done that. Like, she didn't do an act. So far as I saw, I don't think she did an action that I would have presumed something like that would have happened, but... And if I'm going with my original line of logic here, like, surely that's Kristoff again, but isn't he in jail?
Curiouser and curiouser.
Like, does he have an accomplice? And I have to imagine that's not Clavier, because I feel like Clavier's thing, at least so much as we've seen, like, Clavier very much has it out for Phoenix for being a cheat more than anything else. And he takes a lot of pride in the way he actually operates, because, you know, he's also he is also heavily tied in with the police. So, like, I kind of... And he was very upset at the shit that happened in Case 3, where one of his own band members was essentially accused of murder. Like, when that started happening, he started getting very upset. So I can only imagine that he wouldn't go along with this, but then... I don't know, like... You know, unfortunately, in that particular circumstance, there wasn't a mysterious magician popping up everywhere, just that so happened to, you know... Oh my god. It's the nail polish. It's the fucking nail polish. Again, kind of meta. It's very distinctive and hasn't been pointed out yet. And it was her fingernails. But, like, she was also doing that throughout the trial? And I guess we don't know how much time was actually passed, but, like... Surely, if that was a problem, that would have happened earlier in the case? Although, I guess she didn't start getting nervous until that particular point in time. So she could have painted her nails, left them, and then once things started going bad, she started, you know, nervous tick. I could see you're like, yeah. That just it felt very dumb, but then in my mind, I saw that fucking nail polish bottle again and went, and specifically remember earlier thinking, like, when is that gonna actually make a thing? They're pointing that out way too much. Much to consider. Much and more. But yeah, that will be for another weekend, where we get back to this. So, yeah, that's gonna be it for today. So, yeah, didn't get to Paranormal Site yesterday because computer troubles. I think I might be busy Saturday my time next weekend, so we may not get back to that next weekend.
That's okay.
Maybe. How's your Saturday looking next weekend, Mina?
I think I usually keep this time of day free, so I think it should be good. I think the only Saturday I might be busy, like, in the foreseeable future is October 5th, just because, it's Canadian Thanksgiving.
Yep. That makes sense. Okay. But yeah, okay, so we should be good for next weekend then, assuming. Obviously, I'll still check in, but, tentative plan to get back to this next weekend. As for during the week, well, I guess tonight, well, yeah, Raid's been rough. I feel like people have either been sick and or not around, and it's been kind of frustrating. So, hopefully that actually continues. Then, the rest during the week, I don't think there's anything outstanding happening, so probably getting through more Elden Ring. I managed to skip having to deal with Rolana by going around part of the continent, and then a big thing happened, and I was like, oh. I don't think that's good. So yeah, keen to get back to that. Especially with a few more blessings under my belt, and hopefully actually dealing with Rolana. I haven't done much with the... Still gotta do the last role quest for... Oh, sorry, job quest. No, role quest. I said the right thing the first time. The 14 at some point? Warfare Eternally in the Elden Ring Mines. Yeah. Yeah. I do kind of regret the pace I'm going at it in, but I do also like that, like, I just pick it up and kind of just go through it as I want. Like, as much as it kind of, like, stilted the whole thing for me, I feel like I'm still getting a decent amount out of it. It's really just hitting walls that I need to be worried about that would kill my momentum, because... Yeah, Godskin Duo kind of fucked me over for a while there, but... I will finish it eventually. It will happen. But yeah, I think that's probably about it for now. We got anyone to raid? God, baby Trucy's so goddamn cute.
She's adorable. I love her.
Yeah.
My baby voice sucks, but I'll work on it for next time.
It's good. Let's see. Who is on? I go raid someone who's playing Ace Attorney, but there's a good chance that they'd probably be further than me, and I don't really want to risk accidentally spoiling myself or something like that.
If they're playing Ace Attorney this weekend, they're probably playing the new collection, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. I definitely don't want to spoil myself with that. I've already seen enough, like, screenshots of, like, the fan translation being referenced that I'm like, okay, no, I'm going into this entirely blind. I want to get blindsided by this
crap. You're so valid.
Yeah.
You're so valid.
Yeah. I think we'll leave it there, then. Not too many people are actually streaming today, which is kind of surprising. Or at least people that I follow. Yeah, so I think we'll leave it there then. Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry, tripping over my words. Right before the end of the stream. God damn. Good timing? Poor timing? I don't know. So...
It's timing. That's all that matters.
It's certainly timing. So, thank you very much for watching live on the VODs. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely day, and hope to see you all next time.
Bye, everyone.